I don't know where Renu is.
Oh.
How are you? Hello?
Hello?
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm also good. A little tired, but good. Tomorrow, I will be going to my parents' house so that I can learn how to cook things.
Oh.
But more importantly, there's packages waiting for me at my house. This house that, you know, they were pre-orders, so I didn't know I would be living in a different place. But now I can go pick them up.
Nice. That'll be fun. To visit the
yes.
family.
In preparation for that, I had to fill up on gas today. And let me tell you, gas prices are not okay.
Even in they've been really high here too, and like
Oh, I know. I was just there.
yeah. And so I've just been borrowing Cole's car to go places because his car is tiny and has really good mileage, you know. But like, Even his tiny car, it costed a lot to fill up, and it's just like,
Yeah.
my goodness.
I got gas today, and
Yeah.
it was $6.06 a gallon.
Oh.
And that is actually 40 cents cheaper than the next cheapest gas.
No.
So average gas prices are like $6.50 to $6.80 here.
Mm-mm.
But the Costco has cheaper gas because they can afford to. They have the memberships.
Mhm.
Oh, look at everybody crawling in here. Hello. Yeah, that's boy. Filling up a tank right now is not okay.
No.
I hope to do it as little as humanly possible. You will not catch me going places. Except for all the driving I have to do this weekend. And next weekend. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, our economy is looking a little rough.
It's looking a little bad.
High real estate, high gas prices. Good luck existing somewhere.
Could the problem be capitalism? No.
No.
It's the children that are wrong. With a nice mileage. Yeah. I mean, I'm driving my car and it's like not as good. Wheeze. Are you kidding me? San Francisco is like the worst place to drive.
Tyler.
I think even Tyler hates driving in San Francisco. It's bad.
Mhm.
I mean, I'll do it if I need to. It's just like not my favorite thing in the world. Like in the city proper, it's just like stressful. It's stressful and it takes forever to get anywhere by car. That's before the parking, exactly. A lot of
Is there
times
any
you can-
city,
Huh?
like, and is there any city that's nice to drive in and has plentiful parking? I don't think any of that exists.
I mean, it depends. I would say that like in general, like San Jose has like decent parking. Like it has a decent amount of parking. And it's less awful to drive in because it's not as cramped and tiny. But in general, driving in cities is always just kind of a shit show. Like as far as a major city goes, I would count San Jose as one, and it's like honestly one of the less bad ones to drive in. Ideally use mass transit. Yeah, I mean, if we lived in such a world.
Does that exist in California?
You know what, the thing is that public transit exists in California, and it's not like no, like it does exist to a certain extent, more so than a lot of other places in the United States, which is not a very high bar, obviously. But it seems like some of it just is like a secret. You know what I mean? like we have trains, but like
Really?
people don't realize that we have trains. Like the Amtrak is a thing. I mean, it's
I didn't know you guys had trains.
yeah. We have trains that go like up and down the West Coast. So you can actually take like a train like up to Portland if you wanted to.
Oh.
It's just, trains. There's just not a lot of trains, so it's like it's still a little expensive. It's much nicer than I would say it's much nicer than driving or even flying to a certain extent. Obviously, flying is great because it takes like an hour and you're done.
Mhm.
But like, there's all the bullshit before and afterwards, and all that kind of crap. Yeah, San Francisco is also so vertical that like any walk becomes a hike.
You're boned whether you walk or drive.
Yeah, there's just no winning, honestly. There's just no winning. People are not meant to inhabit this little area.
Aren't there like cable cars or something?
There are cable cars. In fact, you can still take the cable cars. This is what I mean by like public transportation actually does exist. It's just it just is kind of a secret. Like it feels like it's like tucked away. It's like an Easter egg. I think it would be entirely possible to navigate San Francisco, broadly speaking, without having a car.
Really?
Yeah, it's just kind of annoying.
Yeah. Yeah, Texas only really has buses too. I think there is an Amtrak that goes through, but
I was gonna say, Texas seems like one of the really like exemplary locations in the United States that just like has nothing in terms of like public transportation. Like obviously
you
there's
must
buses.
drive.
Like you just you have to drive.
Yeah, there's the oil and gas industry is too powerful here. They don't want anyone to do any public transportation.
Which
Everyone must drive.
the bus. That's I guess that's.
You can pretend you're in a cable car.
I mean, the thing about like the Bay Area is that we do have the BART. It's not ideal. It's not the best, but it exists, and it's better than having nothing at all. Like you can make it work. I will say the best place on Earth for this is definitely like Japan or Korea. Just like high-speed rail, it goes just like wherever the fuck you want it. Ugh. Would
Amazing.
that we could.
What's that like?
Listen, every fucking isekai story is like just an advertisement about why driving is dangerous. And why cars are dangerous. Okay, anyway, would you like to play some Ace Attorney?
Ikimashou.
Ikimasho.
I need to be reunited with Susato again.
October, 2:41 p.m. Naruhodo's legal consistency.
Oh. Oh, this room. It's been too long. It hasn't changed in the slightest, though. And it's been some 6 months, hasn't it? That's a long time for things to stay so familiar.
She's gonna beat your ass. I didn't know when you might return, and I wanted everything to be as you'd left it. But it has been some 6 months, it's true.
So is your father all right, Susie? What happened?
Don't worry, her dad's okay. Your dad, on the other hand, hoo boy.
My father?
Yes, Professor Mikotoba. I mean, it was half a year ago, but that's why you went back to Japan. Because of the telegram you received saying he'd fallen ill with a very high fever for some unknown reason.
That's right. So I was surprised to learn you'd be coming back so soon. Surprised, but happy. I think I wrote about it in my letter to you. That it was all a trick. My father is in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that.
Well, we're all delighted to have you back.
It was quite by accident that I've been able to return to Europe, actually. It's because of a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium.
The International Forensic. That's the same symposium Lord Strongheart mentioned.
Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is that I'm here now. After all, I haven't yet fulfilled my promise to you, Iris. Oh!
You must tell us everything. Everything that happened while you were back in Japan.
Yes, of course, I shall.
And there's one other thing. Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. About you-know-who. About Kazuma.
I know. I'll tell you all that I can. When I first arrived back in Japan, I really thought I'd never be allowed to return to Britain. But curiously, after that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely.
The awful trial? Oh, yes. For the murder of Giselle Brett.
Oh! You dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie?
So
I heard you
dashing.
were dashing!
So dashing. So kakoi.
Oh! Well, yes. Since women are forbidden in the courtroom, I had no choice. Wow! Amazing! I wish I'd seen it! Don't you, Renu? Don't you want to see her dashing?
Yes, I suppose so.
I want to play at being a lawyer now. I could wear a false mustache, maybe.
I don't think any mustache could hide the fact that you're just 10 years old, Iris. There's something else I've been wanting to ask you, Mr. Sato. It's about the real reason why Professor Mikotoba summoned you back to Japan. You said in your letter it was something to do with that convict's loot we found in Mr. Natsume's lodgings.
That's right. The very large doll collar we found with the bee emblem on it. It seems Mr. Natsume included a drawing of the collar in the report he submitted about his time in Britain.
Oh, we're hydrating.
Ooh! I understand that when Father saw the report, he turned as white as a sheet.
Why would that be then?
Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years. I can only imagine that something must have happened during that time. But if he refuses to tell me what it was, then I intend to find the answers for myself. And I've decided that I, for one, won't keep any more secrets. Oh, Susie!
It's a very meaningful look Susato-san's giving Iris there.
Oh. Oh.
How Google's how to tell a 10-year-old that their dad is dead. Lord Strongheart mentioned something about that symposium too. I think he said that investigative authorities from 40 different countries would attend.
Yes, and from Japan, my father and Judge Chikoku have been invited. It's something of an honor, I believe.
Well, Professor Mikotoba is the leading expert in forensic medicine in our country, after all. But who's the other person you mentioned? A judge, did you say?
Yes, His Excellency, Judge Seishiro Jikoku. You've met him, Mr. Naruhodo. Last year, in the Supreme Court. You can't possibly have forgotten.
He's like, bro.
Yeah.
That terrible trial of yours when you were accused of murder.
Oh, yes. I try to think of that as a positive turning point in my life these days.
Well, it was Judge Jikoku who presided over that trial.
If I'm perfectly honest, I'd be happy never to see that man's face again in my life.
Well, anyway, as father was invited to the symposium, he agreed to me returning to Britain too. He won't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. So I pleaded with him, and in the end, he agreed to me going on ahead.
Yes, about the symposium. It seems as though Lord Strongheart has put in an awful lot of work to make it happen. It's obviously very important.
I believe it is, yes. As I understand it, Lord Strongheart organized the entire event himself.
Jeez.
I think he is hoping that by achieving exceptional results, he'll get the job of Attorney General.
The most senior position in the British justice system.
He's hoping to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution. That's what Father said anyway. Apparently, it's Lord Strongheart's lifelong ambition.
Does Professor Mikotoba know Lord Strongheart personally then? I wonder. Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech all about this very subject only yesterday. Man, it sure was long.
Fades away.
But I sort of lost the will to live early on and didn't really listen to much of it.
Oh, trying for you.
Giselle Brett, the woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. That's your line.
Yes, Giselle Brett. That's a name I won't forget for as long as I live.
The extraordinary thing is, though, it seems it's a name we should all forget.
Sorry?
Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. But it turns out that an Englishwoman by the name of Giselle Brett didn't actually exist.
Bro, what? Didn't exist, but how can that be?
It was a pseudonym. Her real name was Shin. And she wasn't a visiting student either. That was a front.
Front? Who on earth was she then?
Miss A. Shin. Her name is literally all our intelligence services have been able to ascertain about her. Nobody knows why, or even how, she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery.
But that makes no sense. It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. What could the woman have been up to?
I'm afraid I really don't know. The only thing we can be sure of is that she had some business in our country that we don't yet understand.
And now she's been killed. While all the questions surrounding her existence remain unanswered.
I'm afraid so.
A Shin. Who on earth was she? Why do I feel as though I've heard that name before somewhere?
After my friend Ray's trial, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett
Oops.
said something very strange.
Fuck. Stop. Damn it. Ah, beans.
I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting student's fate. Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, and that he'll never.
Obviously, I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. But later, I visited the man in his prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Kazuma-sama.
And what did you learn?
After he died on the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unladen at the port of Hong Kong and passed into the care of the consulate staff there.
Should have been.
Well, it turns out that his body never arrived. It just disappeared.
What? Kazuma's body vanished?
Our government tried to cover the fact up, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliffs by our hometown.
Bro.
Bro.
Except, Kazuma-sama isn't there.
Did Professor Mikotoba know about this?
Yes, it would seem that he did. But he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak.
I just don't believe it. And what is this acute feeling of apprehension I have all of a sudden? Thinking back now, some of the things that happened on the SS Berea were definitely strange. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? Could it be? Could it be that he's actually still alive?
Stop it, Mr. Naruhodo. It's too much to bear.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Just thinking about the possibility pains me so very much. Cast your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. When Kazuma-sama was discovered, Mr. Sholmes was there, wasn't he? And he definitely examined the body. I remember it clearly.
You're right.
Are they gonna get their boyfriend back?
So if Kazuma hadn't actually been dead at all, it would mean that Mr. Sholmes had lied to us.
But there's no reason why he would possibly have done such a thing.
I suppose that's true, yes.
The idea that he might still be alive somewhere. It wants to fill me with hope, but I can't let it. Because if it turned out not to be true,
Oh.
then I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again.
Oh.
I'm terrified of what that might do to me.
Oh, Miss Susato. know she's given the idea the thought it deserves. It's Susato-san we're talking about after all. So I probably shouldn't push it now.
It must be about a year ago now. I wrote a really long story based on some of my father's old notes. It's about one of Hurley's greatest exploits. I called it The Hound of the Baskervilles.
But then Mr. Sholmes forbade you from publishing it. And put the manuscript somewhere nobody could get their hands on it.
So nobody knows anything about it, apart from Hurley and I. But for some reason... You knew the title of it, didn't you, Susie? Oh, it sounds so exciting. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. And you wouldn't tell me how you'd come to know it. Yes, but I made you a promise that I would explain one day, didn't I? I think it's time. Oh! I'm only sorry I've had to keep it from you for so long, Iris. It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning Father's study, and I saw something on his writing desk. A large box of papers. There was a label affixed to the box that was written in English. It read, "The Hound of the Baskervilles."
What?
My Baskerville story? Of course, I had no idea what it was at that time. But Father came in and...
Susato, what are you doing?
Oh, Father...
Did you look at those papers?
No, I simply read the label, that's all.
Well, put it out of your mind.
Sorry?
Forget that you ever saw it, and certainly don't tell anybody else about this. Do you understand?
But what was Iris's manuscript doing in Japan?
I have no idea. But when I heard Iris mention the word Baskerville that day, the title just slipped out. I would never have guessed that it was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Sholmes's exploits. When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain. But he refused to answer any of my questions. And there was no sign of the big box in his office. That's really all I know about it. I've no doubt that Father has a very good reason for being so secretive about it. But still, I made up my mind to explain myself to the both of you. Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm ready to start investigating if you are. I've committed every detail about the case to memory. And Iris has told me about the disturbing happenings at the Waxwork Museum as well.
So you're fully abreast of the situation already, Mrs. Sato. I'd expect nothing less, to be honest.
I would think our first port of call should be to investigate this Mr. Drebber, the engineer responsible for building the elaborate machine that was used to effect this extraordinary trick.
Yes, a conjurer of sorts by the sound of it, well known in the fields of science and magic.
Uh-oh.
Then we need to go and arrest him.
She's taking the stance. Well, yes. We must know the truth behind the case, so I agree we really do need to find the man.
It sounds like it's a case of tracking someone down. Which is a job for the police, or a great detective.
Are we supposed to guess who she might be thinking of? We don't have much time, so we need to get started straight away, I think.
Good idea. Well, best of luck then.
Oh, you're not coming today?
I'm going to Brixton Road shortly for the herb market. But let me know later how you got on, won't you?
That was a little abrupt. The pull of the herb market must be strong.
"23rd October, the Great Exhibition grounds, foot of the Crystal Tower."
Oh.
I had no idea there were so many people in the world.
I know what you mean. It's really packed here today.
It feels as though it's taken us 2 hours just to make our way through the crowds to this point.
Has it? I shut my brain down, so I didn't really notice, to be honest. Wow. That sounds like a really useful thing to be able to do.
Yeah, what a superpower.
Gosh, I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Mr. Naruhodo. There you are. I had a feeling you lot would show your mugs before long.
Might be Gregson, never mind.
Be close.
It's fine.
I thought it was her too.
She was in the shot.
Oh, Inspector Gregson. I see you're hard at work as usual. Sounded a lot like Gina there for a second.
I'm getting over a cold. Warm greetings to you. I do hope you've been keeping well since we last met.
What's with all the ceremony? We just saw each other in court this morning.
Not you, sunshine. The gentlewoman so loyally at your side.
Oh.
Oh! Why, thank you, Inspector. How good of you to notice.
He might be a bit rough around the edges, but he's still a proper English gentleman at heart, I suppose.
He's so nice to her.
As you've probably guessed, we were hoping to investigate the scene some more.
Right. Well, that's the young trainee's domain. Oi! Get over here, Gina!
Buppy!
She, seems to be busy playing with a puppy, probably giving it a traditional East End training.
Gina! She's a police officer now.
Amazing, isn't it? Don't let anyone become a cop.
She's a good kid, actually. Heart's in the right place, anyway. She's got the detection bug, if you ask me. Yep, I think she'll follow in my footsteps nicely.
What do you mean?
I'm being transferred. Oh! It's time for me to say toodaloo, London.
Damn.
Where are you going?
Oh no! Really?
That's a bit sudden, isn't it? I had no idea. Where are you going to be posted then? We'll come to see how you're getting along.
Haha, not likely. But you're welcome to try. If you don't mind a trip to France, that is.
Oh my god, he's getting sent to France!
A different country, I see.
How is that even going to work? Do you speak French? Mr. Gregson!
You're part of the British police. Why are you going to France?
To France?
I'll be working in the Paris Police Prefecture. She'll be right up my alley.
How?
What do you mean?
But France! It's an entirely different country. I don't understand. Why would you be sent there?
That's the way adult world works, sunshine. Now don't go poking your nose in where it's not wanted. Okay. I'm intending to take the kid with me when I go.
What? You're taking Gina to Paris?
What do you mean? What's happening? Well, I can't leave her here in London. Who knows what become of her?
Well, you make a good point there. I suppose he's worried she'd slip back into slipping her hands into people's pockets and purses.
I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing, Mr. Naruhodo. I think he's worried about the Reaper.
Oh! Of course. So that's playing on Inspector Gregson's mind too, is it?
Anyway, I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina, so don't go blabbing, you hear me?
No, of course not.
I've got to keep that diving diva safe and sound. Until all this is over, at least. Oi! Did you just call me a bloomin' diving diva again? So you heard that, did you? Right, well, any questions about the scene? You can put them to my capable detective diva here. All right, you heard the boss. Inspector Lestrade's in charge here now.
I suppose I'd better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. So, Gina, got a new dog, have you?
Oh, here we go. Oh!
A puppy!
Isn't he great? Toby's his name. Oh, how delightful. He's absolutely adorable.
Yes, the dog does seem lovely. But it's the not-so-lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing on my mind, to be honest. But dog. Gina? We were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again.
Yeah, all right. If it's around here, you can do what you like.
Oh, that's alright, is it?
I'm gonna be playing with my new friend here.
Oh!
Ah, yes, Toby.
The machine that exploded must be at the top of those stairs, I presume. I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind... Sorry, you can't go up there, Suze. Oh! It's like I told Odo yesterday. Even I ain't allowed near that wreck. What's it called again? The reason we ain't supposed to touch it? The Special
Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act? Is that what you were thinking of?
That's the one. That's why only them lot are allowed to investigate it. What are they called again? The forensic something?
The Forensic Investigation Team? Is that what you were thinking of?
That's the one, yeah! But isn't it the case that the special dispensation has been lifted? I think so. I don't really get it, to be truthful with ya. You're still supposed to get permission from some bigwig or other, as far as I know. What was his name again? Lord Strange something? I'm not sure that's quite right, Gina. I think you mean Lord Strongheart, perhaps? That's the one, yeah! Apparently he's always watching the time or something.
So without Lord Strongheart's express permission, we can't investigate on the stage.
It was great, weren't it? I had a right laugh. It was a new one on me, that. You know, being in court, not spending the whole time worrying I'm about to be found out. You did keep an awful lot of secrets in all your previous court appearances, didn't you? Yeah, and Odo's made things hard for me every single time and all.
Just doing my job, Gina.
But watching someone else get in the neck is a lot of fun, actually. It was amazing when you showed that dodgy professor's dodgy experiment was a total fix. The dodgy professor, as you put it, Gina, is Mr. Naruhodo's client.
Haha, sucks to suck. Yes, I'm starting to wish he wasn't, though.
It's the boss I feel sorry for. Set off to do the impossible. What do you mean? He's supposed to arrest that other cove, ain't he? And in time for tomorrow and all.
That is rough.
Oof.
You know, the dodgy engineer. What's his name again?
I don't know about this, Gina. You gotta have a better memory, I feel like, to be an inspector.
She's doing fine. Mr. Drebber, you mean? Enoch Drebber?
That's the one, yeah.
So the police are looking for this mysterious man with a black monocle. I guess they would be.
It's putting too much on the boss, if you ask me. He says it's giving him gut ache. Oh dear. But I do wonder if that isn't actually from all the fried food.
How dare you question his fish and chips?
Could Tobias Gregson's gut microbiome be forever changed by only eating fish and chips?
Never. ...
So, Scotland Yard are trying to track down Mr. Enoch Drebber. I wonder if they've had any luck.
He's really
really funny looking. Got two eyes what don't match. Stole a glimpse of a picture of him earlier. I mean, I didn't actually pinch it or nothing. The old devil's got it.
Sorry, who?
You know, that scowling reaper what's always glugging down glasses of that blood-red plunk.
Ah, Lord Van Zeeks.
He's always had it in for me, that cove. Don't know what he's always scowling about mine. Probably would have been a pretty good boss as it goes.
She'd rather be the Reaper's apprentice than the detective's trainee? The way I see it, if the choice is between a chip-guzzling detective and a chalice-glugging demigod, they're equally badly off with both.
I suppose you're right. I hadn't thought of it like that.
Glad we've put that one to bed.
Anyway, the point is, everyone at the yard's dead set on finding the fishy engineer.
Demigod.
But there don't seem to be no clues to go on, so they're stuck.
There's nothing that can lead us to drop her at all? Where did you find that little mutt then, Gina?
Oi, don't be so flaming rude, Odo.
Slight overreaction, don't you think?
He ain't no mutt, alright. Toby's. How do they put it? Oh yeah, a bona fide detective.
Sorry?
I've given him a proper title and everything. It's Chief Inspector Toby, do you?
Good. More senior than Inspector Gregson, is he?
Oh, so he's a police dog, is he?
The police recruits dogs now?
I've heard that they're already being used officially in Germany as part of their city policing. They're used for chasing criminals and such like. They have a wonderful sense of smell after all.
I have a fairly good sense of smell myself, as it happens. I can tell undergarments that have been freshly laundered from undergarments that haven't. Hey, Ryunosuke, I have some questions. Hey, bud, I got some questions.
That's nothing compared to this little fella, Odo.
Oh, really?
According to what the boss said. Once Toby here's got a good whiff of your drawers.
I like the way that she holds him like a gun.
He could chase that scent to the other side of the world.
What? To the other side of the world? You mean he can swim?
Mr. Naruto, I think you may have missed the point. By rather a wide margin.
Listen, I just can't believe this little dog has such an incredible skill.
I'm telling you, Odo, there's gonna be more and more put dogs doing their bit for the police in the future.
Yes, I agree.
Right. One of these days, there'll be bucket orders at us lot, not the other way around.
Oh dear. Sorry, Gina. I don't think I agree with your vision quite that much.
Well, Anyway, whatever you think about that, Toby is Britain's first police dog. I found him down the East End the other day. Someone had just chucked him out on the street.
There you go. I knew she'd lifted him from somewhere.
Oh, Gina, you're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? To children and to animals. Here's the scorching on the ground that you mentioned.
Yes, there's what's left of the green balloon's envelope. All clear evidence of the balloon that exploded on the day of the incident.
Poor Professor Hairbrain. I do feel sorry for him that his dreams have been shattered like this.
Someone's gonna truly burst his bubble, as it were. Ouch, I'm a bad person.
Maybe I'm the villain.
Maybe I'm the bad guy.
Ah, the Crystal Tower. I can't believe I'm seeing it at such close proximity with my own eyes.
You've really been looking forward to the great exhibition, haven't you, Mrs. Sato?
Oh yes, when I found out that I had to return to Japan, I'm afraid I cursed my luck.
But here you are, back in London, gazing up at the magnificent tower.
I know. Perhaps I was wrong to curse my luck so harshly.
Oi, that's off limits up there.
Yes, Crystal Tower.
Try to sneak past me again, and I'll stuff your gob full of the boss's fish and chips.
Yes, please. I love fish and chips.
Uh-huh.
I suppose we need special permission.
What a shame that the symbolic landmark of the Great Exhibition has been damaged like that.
Yes, unfortunately the birdcage crashed in the most prominent position possible. It's the gods giving us a warning, if you ask me. Man must travel under his own steam and not cut corners with instantaneous kinesis.
But imagine what might have happened if the birdcage had landed in a slightly different location. The death toll could have been far worse. So I think perhaps it was a blessing in disguise.
Well, the gods are benevolent, obviously. I did say it was just a warning. Man must travel under his own steam, or next time bird cages will rain down on all of you.
Your faith is much stronger than I realized.
Well, I think I passed the entrance exam for Yume University. It wasn't by studying alone.
Oh look, a flying balloon! I've never seen one in the flesh before.
I can't understand how they can fly. It's so high up as well. You had it explained to you in court yesterday.
Oh, but think of the view, Mr. Naruhodo. You must be able to see for miles and miles.
I do think of it, and it terrifies me. I mean, it would be certain death if you fell out.
I'm sure they're perfectly safe. After all, they've been invented by some of the brightest minds in the world.
Let's not forget that we know at least one has exploded.
I'm sure there are other ways to fly.
British Supreme Court. Lord Chief Justice's office.
Who's that standing beside Lord Strongheart?
I wonder. I've never seen her before.
Ah, the young champion of the court. You had some success this morning, I understand. And you've thrown the entire government into disarray as a result.
Oh. Because of Professor Hairbrain's experiment?
Sham science being demonstrated at London's great exhibition. The country's been made to look foolish, and now politicians are scrabbling to respond. Lord Van Zeeks is in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing.
Oh, dear. I didn't mean to cause any trouble.
None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. The special dispensation that prevents investigation at the scene will be annulled later today. Once that happens, my forensic investigation team will move in and deal with that scrap metal in no time.
It's scrap metal now, is it? Man, what is going on here?
I like the little end doodad on the end of her hair.
I don't even know what this character is supposed to be evoking.
I mean, maybe like a medical theme because of the tie bit right there.
I think so. But what country? Russia? Germany?
No, I don't know.
I just don't know.
Until later then, Lord Strongheart.
Yes, thank you.
Her waist chose being held in place by chains.
Maybe. Who was that?
That was Dr. Courtney Sith.
Sith? I don't know.
I don't know.
Scotland Yard's esteemed chief coroner. She's leading the forensic investigation team's handling of this case. She was just delivering a report about the victim, in fact.
Oh, I see. About Mr. Asmund.
Following the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to re-evaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you'll have to ask her directly. You can find her in the forensics laboratory.
Oh, right.
Now, what were you here to see me about? I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time.
So he's not running quite so spectacularly late anymore.
I don't know before when you gave us hours upon hours.
Well, he was already hours late at that point. What exactly is the forensic investigation team that you mentioned before?
The British Empire's police force must become the most exemplary in the world. For that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. I first created the forensic investigation team a year ago now, unofficially, of course, to pave the way.
Goodness, a year ago?
At next month's symposium, I intend to present the results of their work to the world. Once I do that, the House of Lords will be powerless to oppose the creation of a full-scale forensics division. And once that happens, the position of Attorney General will be mine, and criminals will suffer dearly.
What do you mean?
For too long, those scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. But London's scum is about to be rounded up and burnt in the fires of hell. I intend to see to it personally, by creating the finest police force the world has ever known, to protect our honor and our future.
Look at those eyes. He means every word.
Dr. Scythe is an extremely reliable coroner. When I officially established the forensics division at Scotland Yard. She will run it as my right-hand woman. Now then, speaking of the symposium, Miss Mikotoba.
Oh, yes, my lord.
Your father should be on the high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan.
Yes, that's right. I understand he will arrive at the beginning of next month.
Are you acquainted, Lord Strongheart? With Professor Mikotoba, I mean.
It was many years ago now, but yes, I remember Dr. Mikotoba very well. If my memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student.
It was the year I was born, so yes, 16 years ago, in fact.
Wait, Suzaku's only 16?
Oh, yeah, I think that's the conceit.
Alright.
Mikotoba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jigoku accompanied him as a young, promising judge. The punctiliousness and politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part in any way.
I didn't think that you were.
Dr. Mikotoba studied forensics at one of London's large hospitals. St. Sinners, if I'm not mistaken.
Jesus Christ.
Man.
Dr. Scythe was also there then, as it happens.
Then Dr. Scythe knows my father, does she?
She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt her paths crossed regularly. But I've no doubt they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Mikotoba was here studying his subject for some 6 years in total.
6 years? That's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it?
I lived with my grandmother in those years.
So he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years. Jiminy.
It was a rather turbulent time at home.
Oh.
Perhaps father wanted a reason to get away.
Oh.
Oh. What do you mean? Why? Well, clearly something was going on at the time. I wanted to ask you about Lord Van Zeeks, actually. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago by a mass murderer known as the Professor, who targeted nobles and royalty. Is that right? Did her dad never talk to her about any of this? Who knows?
You Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was that very incident that gave rise to the Reaper.
What? Why?
When his brother Clint Van Zeeks was murdered. It was just after young Barrack had graduated from the University of London and become a prosecutor. When obvious criminals who managed to evade conviction in court started disappearing, rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. Londoners started to say that wherever Barrack Van Zeeks went, the ghost of his dead brother wasn't far behind.
Oh my word!
So, Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper. It's the ghost of his brother?
Ever since that time, he became a very aloof figure in London's legal circles.
Oh, yes, Lord Strongheart.
Go ahead.
It's about Professor Harebrain's experimental machine. We'd like your permission to examine the remains, if possible.
Are you well versed in science, then?
Not in the slightest. In fact, you could say I was barely aware of the subject at all until recently.
Oh my god, dude.
Well, the special dispensation legally preventing investigation of the machine is currently being ruled. Within a few hours, Dr. Seiss' team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation. But I suppose until then, there's no harm in you looking at the wreckage, as long as you touch nothing.
Thank you. Being able to look at it is better than nothing.
And I'll be able to see it too.
Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me now, I'm afraid. My next engagement calls.
We are extremely sorry to have troubled you when you are so busy, my lord.
I have important matters to attend to in preparation for the symposium, you understand.
Right.
23rd October, Forensics Laboratory.
My goodness. I believe this is it, Dr. Scythe's laboratory. That chemical smell really assaults the nose. There's plenty to assault the eyes in here, too.
It looks as though the doctor isn't here. But we're here now, so we may as well do some sightseeing, don't you think?
What a seasoned tourist you've become, Mrs. Sato. We could just have a little look around, being careful not to upset any restless souls. Wow, look at this! What a magnificent display case. The cherry wood has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. Western cabinet makers really are very skilled, aren't they?
Do you have nothing to say about the skeleton inside, Mr. Naruhodo?
Mrs. Sato? Can't you tell that I'm trying very hard to avoid talking about the terrifying contents of the case? It's how I cope!
I'll be sure to remember that from now on.
Look at this big, thick book here.
Ah, it appears to be an accounting ledger.
Oops.
It's a record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think.
What is it?
It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... Well, one entry seems rather strange.
Really? In what way?
They're buying 500 scalpels every month.
Oh my god!
That's a lot.
What are you doing?
They're not. I guess if they're not a hospital or whatever, that's a lot.
What are you doing with that many scalpels? 500? They must be working really hard on dissecting corpses.
I don't know. Judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances. And scalpel blades can be sharpened too.
It does seem a bit strange. You're right. 500 scalpels a month? What could they possibly be using all of them for?
What are you doing?
Ah! Sorry, mommy, sorry. Mommy, sorry. We had something that we wanted to ask you, but you weren't here, so.
So you thought you'd snoop around? That's acceptable to you people from the East, is it? Well, what do you want?
Lord Strongheart told us, you see, that it was you who examined the victim's body. Mr. Asmon's body, I mean.
So we came to ask you about your findings. On Lord Strongheart's advice.
Very well. If the Lord Chief Justice has given his consent, I'll tell you what our investigation revealed. But when we're done, you must leave immediately. So, you want to know what the forensic investigation team determined from its examination of the scene? The victim, Mr. Odie Asmer, who disappeared from the experimentation stage amid an explosion. And the Mr. Asman, who appeared moments later, partway up the Crystal Tower, were, without question, one and the same person. That is the team's conclusion.
But that can't be right.
If it was an elaborate trick, we can only speculate about how it was carried out.
Let's see. If two people who looked very similar to each other were involved, they could have made it appear as if one single person had switched places, couldn't they?
Very true. But sadly, in this instance, that was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared was the same person. The fingerprints at the scene make that quite evident.
Oh, baby, it's science.
Pinky prints.
Fingerprints.
What were they earlier that we had, like handprints or something?
It was like skin prints. Yeah, it wasn't even as precise as handprints. It was just the fucking magic science that Herlock Sholmes had. That was just like, I can tell you if people have touched things.
They're not yet officially recognized as forensic evidence in the British justice system. But one day, they will be used as an investigative aid as a matter of course.
Oh my. But that would mean that the instantaneous kinesis actually took place.
I don't know about that one.
So, where does that leave us?
My team was tasked with investigating, not drawing conclusions.
Instantaneous kinesis is impossible, and yet the body did move from one place to the other. This hasn't cleared anything up at all. It's made the whole thing even more of a mystery. Bro, what are you doing? Oh,
It's a different character.
oh, it's a different. Okay. Okay. Okay, hold on. Mama, what is this? Oh, God! Where did she spring from? Did you just call the doctor Mama? Mommy, sorry?
This is a lawyer, dear.
Oh. Hello. To meet you. Pleased to meet you. Yes, I'm a defense lawyer. Ryunosuke Naru.
Mama,
Yes.
can I cut this one up?
What?
I've never seen an Eastern person before. I want to know what it looks like.
Of course you can't. It's a live specimen, as you can very well see.
Boring.
The child is a eugenicist. Yikes. I think I just had a near-death experience. Oh my god, I think I just saw Jesus.
Oh dear. Mr. Naruhodo, you're as pale as a corpse.
Then let's leave before I'm mistaken for one. So, what are you doing at the moment, Doctor?
Keeping a close eye on things so no impertinent Easterners think they can look around my office.
Are there such impertinent Easterners around? How terrible.
Yes, you.
She doesn't mince her words, Mrs. Sato.
I think perhaps it's time we left.
Don't mind if I do. Gina? We were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again.
You're right. If it's around here, you can do what you like.
Oh, that's alright, is it?
I'm gonna be playing with my new friend here.
Ah, yes, Dobie.
The machine that exploded must be at the top of the stairs, I presume?
Go up.
I haven't actually seen it yet, so if you don't mind.
Yeah, we've already read all this.
Actually, we've just recently been to see Lord Strongheart. You what? You met him? Last time the boss was called to go and see him. He waited for 3 hours at the Cove's office and came back sniveling. What?
Oh,
What happened?
magic.
Well, Lord Strongheart has given us permission to examine the scene, as long as we touch nothing. Oh, yeah?
Honestly.
Alright then, go ahead. But if it turns out you're lying, it'll be the boss who gets it. He'll never eat another chip again in his life. So, you're still saying all this is above board, are you? I'm sure everything will be fine.
It really would be tragic.
Alright then, them's the stairs. Off you go. Oh, thank you, Gina.
Oh, baby, time for investigating. These stairs lead up to the experimentation stage. Let's go and see what we can find out.
#23rd October. The Great Exhibition Grounds. Experimentation stage.
Oh my! So this is the machine that was used to deceive people into thinking instantaneous kinesis had taken place.
Yes, that's right. Or rather, it was the machine. It's a little worse for wear at the moment.
What extraordinary lengths Professor Harebrain went to in order to obtain the research grant.
No. The professor was tricked as well. He didn't know anything about it.
He was a money-grubbing liar. Yes, of course. It is amazing, though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British.
You're right about that. You'd never see such a grand deception in Japan, that's for sure.
Oh, look! Is that... Lord Van Zeeks?
He's just hanging out.
Hey, buddy.
So I think we're more or less done here, aren't we? Shall we, Miss Susato?
Already?
He is the Reaper, remember? We do well to keep our distance, I think.
But we have permission to be here. From the top. We're perfectly well allowed to investigate this machine. As long as we don't touch anything.
Lord Van Zeeks at the carnival will be a great side story. I agree. From the top? Do you mean Lord Strongheart?
Exactly. So we can stay here and stare at this wreckage for as long as we like.
She could have been at the center of the explosion here, and it wouldn't have been her stealing well.
What a terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders have buckled and twisted.
What they call the bird cage was right in the middle of it all, just here.
But look, Mr. Naruhodo. That metal grill on the floor. It looks as though it's designed to open.
It does, doesn't it? You're so smart, Susato. If the floor had opened at the precise moment the explosion occurred, the birdcage could have dropped through and disappeared from sight.
I don't think there's any doubt that this was a very elaborate hoax, is there?
This wasn't here yesterday.
Really? But if I'm not mistaken... It's the cage in which the victim was standing before he was apparently beamed through the air.
That's right, the birdcage. According to what Professor Harebrain said in court, it's made of wood.
Or more precisely, Japanese cypress, I think. And despite having been in an explosion and then falling from a great height, it's relatively unharmed. What wonderfully durable construction! Wouldn't you say, Mr. Naruhodo?
I'd understood that the forensic investigation team had taken it away yesterday to examine it. I suppose they must have brought it back here when they'd finished their work.
But sadly not with the body inside it.
No, that's right. I know we were given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still. This is too important a piece of evidence to overlook. We might need it for the trial. He says that, but it's not like you put it in your pocket or anything. It's huge.
I hear that a ride on the Ferris wheel is a favorite romantic outing among young London couples.
I think the romance would be slightly spoiled by the abject terror, personally, but then I'm not a Londoner.
Are you a little scared of heights, Mr. Naruhodo?
Are you a little baby, maybe?
Little baby man.
It's not that I'm scared. Not at all. It's just that staying on the ground seems so much safer.
Sounds like something a little baby man would say.
Well, perhaps I shall have to ask Iris and Mr. Shams to accompany me on it in that case.
You put it like that, part of me does want to give it a try. Russian kimonos.
Oh dear, it is complicated for you, isn't it?
Hello, dear.
Ah, dear.
Look at that horn-shaped transmitting device. Isn't it amazing?
That's exactly what I thought when I first saw it.
It makes you think, doesn't it? If only it had just been a normal horn, none of this would have happened.
That's almost exactly what I thought as well. I bet I can predict what you're going to say next in that case. You're about to say, nothing ever goes to plan, aren't you?
Oh no, I would never say something like that.
Fucking destroyed. Ugh. Least approachable man in the world winner 10 years in a row.
Be strong, Mr. Naruhodo. Your country and your assistant stand firm behind you.
Lord Van Zeeks?
Hello?
What?
Well, beautiful weather we're having, isn't it?
Lovely day.
I thought I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently, you Nipponese are unequipped to read the signs.
The music kicks in.
Oh, I read them.
So, what are you doing here? Entry to this area is prohibited.
Well, the thing is,
Lord Chief Justice Strongheart granted us permission to investigate. On the condition that we didn't disturb anything.
And yet you've managed to disturb me.
I knew he'd say that.
Never mind. State your business then.
come to think of it, there are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Van Zeeks about. Not least of which is that awful case, even though it's nothing to do with this.
Don't ask him about his dead brother.
Yo, I heard your brother died. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Ask away, Mr. Naruhodo.
You won't know unless you try it. No! No!
So, Clint
Oh my god, this is how you bring it up. Just saying his name.
was the name of your older brother, I understand, Lord
Oh
Van
my
Zeeks.
god, dude.
I always have to be on guard whenever you're around. So, you've been investigating me, have you?
Oh, no, it's not like that. Well, okay, all right, it is a bit like that.
It is that.
My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the Van Zieks family. But tragically, a vicious killer took him from us.
The professor, you mean? Is something funny?
That's the extent of what you've discovered, is it? I shouldn't be surprised.
Sorry? There's more to it then?
Lackluster work is very much your trademark, isn't it?
Ugh, you're too kind. Are you going to tar all Nipponese with the same brush next?
Always.
So tell me, what's your interest in that historic incident?
As it happens, Lord Van Zieks, there's a rather curious case that has come to our attention. Are you aware of the Madame Tussauds Museum of Waxwork by any chance?
I am, naturally. I believe that since last month I feature in one of the displays there for public scorn.
Of course the infamous Reaper of the Bailey would have to be exhibited, wouldn't he?
Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from the place and held for ransom.
A particular waxwork? Which? Wait. You mean?
Yes, it's the professor. Mr. Sholmes is investigating the case as we speak.
I was unaware of that.
He's turned as white as a sheet. Are the police trying to locate the engineer, Mr. Drebber, already?
Surely that goes without saying.
We're very keen to see him found as well. The trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from the description of the man we heard in court earlier.
Which, according to Professor Harebrain, was of a tall, thin gentleman who has straight white hair and wears a black monocle.
So, I was just wondering, I mean, I realize it's probably not possible, but,
We'd very much appreciate any more clues you can give us.
wow, Susato-san really knows how to take the bull by the horns.
Fine, why not? I have a photograph of the man here from an investigation 10 years ago.
Holy shit, look at this guy.
Though it appears he had already had that black monocle at the time. What?
Oh, no, nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us.
We all need the man's testimony in court tomorrow. Which means we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time available. So, why wouldn't I show you the photograph?
What is it about Lord Van Zieks? Sometimes I just can't work him out at all.
The file I requested for the trial tomorrow. Thank you.
Are you alright?
Who is this man, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh, that's Batman. Don't worry. Lord Van Zieks' apprentice, apparently. So, I'm not the only one. Susato-san can see it too.
Lord Van Zieks. May we speak with your apprentice for a moment?
With him? Why?
He said no.
Kazuma-sama!
Kazuma.
I don't believe it.
Your posture. Your presence. It can only be... It's you. Isn't it, Kazuma-sama?
I felt something strange the very first time I encountered this cloaked figure. As if I knew him somehow. Can it really be you, Kazuma? Is that what really said? I know that ass anywhere. She did. Wait. Too late.
What's going on here? What is your interest in my apprentice, exactly? You act as if you know the man or something.
Well,
Since when has he been in your care? I don't recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago.
Lord Strongheart introduced him to me about 3 months ago now, with instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor.
but he didn't tell you why, did he?
The man appears to be suffering from amnesia. He's forgotten every last detail about himself.
He has amnesia.
Tomorrow he will appear in court at my side.
What?
He's to serve as my judicial assistant on Lord Strongheart's orders.
He'll be in court with us?
Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course.
Oh, yes. Thank you. I definitely saw a reaction there. When Susato-san called out like that, it really seemed to hit a nerve. When she called out Kazuma-sama.
You'd already met that masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, yesterday in fact, at Lord Van Zeek's office.
I see. And if Kazuma-sama really is still alive,
This is somehow even more telenovela than the other games. Yeah, pretty much.
it means that Mr. Sholmes lied to us.
Bump bump.
Bow.
I know. We're going to need to speak to him about that.
You're going to have to leave now. The forensic investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it will cause problems.
What sort of problems?
Foreign affairs problems.
Well, we could do without that. Alright, we'll be on our way. Let's go, Miss Susato.
Of course.
Gina, we were actually hoping that we could investigate the scene, etc., etc. apparently we can't look around on the stage now because the forensic investigation team are at work. Can't you do anything, Gina? In your capacity as Inspector Lestrade? Bitch, no.
Look, I'd like to help you out.
What? Oops.
But I'm just a trainee, ain't I? Ain't nothing I can do.
When it suits you, yes. Alright, let's roll.
"23rd October, Madam to Spells."
Oh my. No wonder it's called the House of Horrors.
I forgot you'd never been here.
I'd like to turn on my heels and go straight home. Via the confectionery.
Being scared makes you crave sweets? I can understand that.
I was looking forward to a reunion after 6 months away, but... there's no sign of Mr. Sholmes anywhere.
That's strange. He should be here investigating the abduction of the waxwork. Oh well, I suppose we'll just come back again later. Oh my god.
Hey, buddy.
23rd October, local prison cell 11.
What's he doing? Who let him have chalk?
He's... oh my. The whole wall of the cell is covered in mathematical equations.
And he's still writing more. Professor? Sorry to interrupt. Oh, Mr. Naruto. Who's this young lady?
My name is Susato Mikotoba. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant.
This is the real lawyer.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor.
Oh, if only I'd met a refined young woman like you sooner! None of this would have happened. No, that's not logical. That makes no sense at all. Oh,
I think she would have talked some sense into you, TBH.
I think probably a Susato takedown or two would have just knocked some shit into place, you know?
Oh dear, I'm sorry if my presence here upsets you.
I owe you an apology too, Professor. I didn't manage to deliver what I promised you I would in court this morning. Oh, no. The whole thing, the whole miserable affair, it all happened because I've been such a complete and utter clot.
Professor Harebrain, what have you been working on in your cell?
Oh, haha, you mean that? Oh dear, how embarrassing. I was suddenly struck by an idea, you see. I simply had to write it down. The wall was all I had to hand. Oh, is it some new hypothesis? Something to surpass super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe? No, actually, this is my autobiography.
Huh?
Huh.
Your autobiography?
How I was diddled and fiddled by Albert Harebrain.
No. You need a different title, my friend.
No. He was diddled and he was fiddled.
No.
That feel when you are both diddled and fiddled.
Shut up.
Listen, the man has been diddled. The man has been fiddled. I found I can represent my odd fortunes with only odd numbers in an ambitious set of simultaneous equations.
Really?
I'm going to have to pay back all the loans I took for the kinesis machine, you see.
Oh dear.
So, it's going to be a new serial publication from next month. Part 1, An Odd Birth, An Odd Upbringing.
I don't. I don't want to learn about the diddle and the fiddle.
Can't beat the man's optimism, that's for sure. Let's see. Well, for now, would you mind if we talked a little more about the case? Oh, yes, of course. I've been working through the numbers. I was diddled! I was fiddled! By the pair of them! By Asmin, and by that aloof engineer, Drebber.
No.
We're not going to have to sit through an explanation of all these equations, are we? Are we? Everything I believed in has been turned on its head. My research, Mr. Asman, the kinesis machine, my hypothesis even. I'm sorry it's come to this. There really was no other way. No, it's not your fault. I wanted to protect my work, but in the end, there was nothing worth protecting. It was never my intention to deceive anyone. I didn't want to trick the public.
No, of course you didn't.
But in court this morning, I realized something. Oh? If you've done something wrong without knowing it, you've still done something wrong. Logically, it makes no difference if you were aware of it or not. Ignorance is a poor excuse. The blame still lies with me.
Oh, Professor.
He believed in me this morning, you know. Barrack did. He believed in my hypothesis. Well, I think that was just a necessary factor in the prosecution establishing its case. No, Barrack wouldn't do something like that. I'm sure he genuinely believed it. Did he?
Did he?
I think I understand now. Why it was that he decided to take on the prosecution in my trial, I mean. After the terrible accident happened, nobody would believe in my hypothesis anymore. Not the police, not the prosecution service, not any lawyers even. I feel like I dealt some kind of finishing blow there. So, if any other prosecutor had taken the case, if it was anyone other than Barrack, I'm sure the prosecution would have declared my hypothesis a complete and utter nonsense.
And in that case, you'd have been declared a fraud yourself, Professor.
Exactly, which would have been a fate worse than death for me. But Barrack insisted that it was a proper man of science from start to finish. You think that's why he... I know him very well indeed. He's an extremely kind-hearted soul.
But that extremely kind-hearted soul spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he?
Well, admittedly, that part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it. And what about the whole Reaper side of things? How does that fit in with the kind-hearted soul idea? Do you think he set out to trick me from the very start? I'm sorry to say that does seem likely, yes. When I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier. He looked over the paper. I'm gonna be right back. I just realized I need to pee real quick.
Okay.
Okay, I am back.
Uh,
He looked over the paper I'd written and said my work would benefit all humanity and must be pursued. He was so enthused. He was so emphatic. But in reality, he was the mastermind of some vast criminal network, it seems. I still can't believe it.
as the machine was essentially a set decoration for some stage magic. It probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually.
But the scale of it wasn't just some small trick. It was a very elaborate feat of deception. All young scientists are full of hope about their burgeoning ideas, full of zeal. But none of us have any money. We want to do research, but we can't afford it. Ah, capitalism.
Uh-huh.
Many of us take on barely legal part-time work to try to earn just a few measly pennies to carry on. To go through all of that, only to be taken for a complete fool, it's too rotten to believe. It is, I agree. And that's why we have to find those responsible and bring them to justice. Mr. Asman is no more, of course, which leaves only the engineer.
Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Is he an engineer, or a magician, or a swindler? It was about a year ago when Mr. Asman first brought Drebber to meet me in my laboratory. Since then, I've met him many times to discuss details about the kinesis machine. But at no point did you have any inkling that he was just an illusionist. Oh, he definitely wasn't just an illusionist. What do you mean? He was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. No question, the man's a genuine scientist. It's instantly apparent in conversation. I see.
But the wretched man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. We must do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. Are there no more clues you can give us as to his whereabouts?
I'm sorry. We only ever discussed the kinesis machine, nothing else. Although, just once, I did visit his workshop. What workshop? Drebber's enormous fabrication laboratory, where he constructed my great machine. Why didn't you mention that before? Drebber's workshop.
Bless you.
There's every chance we might find the man there. So you've been to Drebber's place of work, then? Yes, just once, you understand. It was an enormous place. Plenty of room to construct the kinesis machine, you see. Where can we find it? Well, we have to go there at once. There's a good chance that we'll find Drebber there. Well, yes, definitely. I'm sure, as in, I'm sure you're not going to want to hear this. But I have absolutely no idea where the workshop is at all. I'm so sorry. I was more than half expecting that. You see, I was blindfolded in the carriage the entire way there. He blindfolded you? He wasn't taking any chances then. You did get diddled and fiddled.
Stop it!
The place was incredible, the pinnacle of modern engineering. The oil he used was the very best, a special French machine oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain. Ah, the indescribable scent of that imported oil. Perfumers across the world should forget that secret formula and use that instead. What do you think, Mrs. Sato? Ooh, the machine for your next birthday?
I've never used any kind of perfume, Mr. Naruhodo, and I'm not sure I'd like to start with that. I don't suppose you know even part of the workshop's address, Professor? You don't have a business card from Mr. Drebber, for example?
The man was clearly very cautious, Mrs. Sato. He wouldn't have. Ah!
Oh
Yes,
my
I
God.
do! He gave me his business card once. It's right here, look. What?
Let me see that.
Throw etiquette to the wind, why don't you?
Enoch Drebber, engineer.
I'm afraid that's all it says. There's no address.
Well, yeah, why would there be?
No?
No? Oh well. Can't say I'm surprised. Still, this could be useful. Well. Still nothing for us, huh, Mr. Holmes? Mr. Sholmes, rather. Let's have a look at this business card. This dark smudge here.
I think perhaps it's machine oil.
Ah, a unique oil, you say? I wonder how we could track down something by scent. It's possible. Professor Harebrained mentioned something about the oil Mr. Drebber uses, didn't he? He said it was specially imported, very high quality oil that's impossible to obtain in Britain.
Yes, that's right. But more importantly, that it's more fragrant than the finest perfume. So, excuse me a moment. Oh, it doesn't appear to have any scent at all.
Don't worry. I expect that's just because there's such a tiny amount on here. Hey, about this, Gina.
Yeah, I'm still learning me letters at the moment. I only know A to E, so if it ain't too much bleeding trouble. Oh, actually, Gina, it's the back of the card that's important. Eh? How come? There's just a dirty old smudge on the back, that's all. It turns out that this is a very high quality French machine oil. It has a very particular scent, apparently. You don't say! Let's have a whiff then.
I like how everybody immediately, their first response is, I want to smell it.
I mean, yeah. If you say it has an interesting smell, you gotta smell it.
You sure? I don't smell nothing.
No, we didn't mean that you should smell it.
Oh, right! You mean Toby!
Come here, Puppo.
Whap.
His sense of smell is so good he can track people over the oceans, can't he?
Professor Harebrine informs us that this oil is unique to Mr. Drebber's workshop.
I think he's picked up a scent.
So you mean if he follows the scent of this oil, Toby could lead us to that dodgy cove's workshop? That's right. That's exactly what we were hoping. All right, then we'll give it a go. I'll just borrow that.
Wait, when did you? Ah, what's a pickpocket?
If I can lead everyone to that Drebber's workshop, I'll be the boss's boss before next week. Oh yes, Gina. I'm sure you'll be promoted.
Poor Gregson.
Right then, Odo. Leave it to me.
Sorry?
We are gonna get going after that dodgy engineer cove right this minute. Oh, but hang on. Someone's supposed to be on guard duty here all the time.
I'm afraid we can't help. We need to get on with our investigation as well, Gina.
Oh, right. Oh well, never mind. It ain't gonna be me what gets it in the neck. It'll be the boss.
Poor Gregson. Again.
Ready, Toby? Got that oil scent, have ya? Come on then, boy. See you later. I do hope the scent of that oil leads them to that swindler's workshop.
Yes, I hope so too. Ideally before the dog swims across the channel to France. Well, I think we've done all the investigating we can here for now. If we could just determine the whereabouts of Mr. Drebber.
I'm sure Gina and little Toby won't let us down. Now then. Do you think we ought to try to speak with Mr. Sholmes at this point? We have things to discuss, and I'm dying to meet him again after all these months.
Yes, it's quite possible he might know something useful. You're right. We gotta find him at Madame Tispel's. He's supposed to be working there as a temporary waxwork exhibit.
Yes, Iris told me all about his latest unusual adventure.
October, Madame Tispel's Museum of Waxwork.
Here we are again at the House of Horrors. I'm afraid I haven't got used to this place yet. I'd still like to turn on my heels and go straight home. Via the confectionery, of course.
Susato-san really is after something sweet today, isn't she?
Eek!
What's the matter?
Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Look at that waxwork. I'm quite sure it wasn't there before. It looks exactly like Mr. Sholmes down to the very last detail.
Aha.
What is it?
Oh, sorry. I think you'll find, that's the temporary waxwork himself. Ah? Okay, how do I do a French accent again? Ah?
the friend of my dedicated employee.
Oh, yes. Hello again. It's Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
I must say, I am quite spellbound by that great detective. Is a marvel. My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs.
You don't mean...
But yes, the mystery is solved already.
Wow, Mr. Sholmes can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough. When he needs to pay enough rent.
So, as you can see, he has returned to his habitual duties.
Yes.
His habitual duties?
Hello? Do not disturb.
Poor Susato-san, she looks very perplexed.
I don't know what's going on.
You know what? That's valid. TBQH.
We really do need to speak with Mr. Sholmes. I am longing to say hello again. But where is he?
I think you might find that he's quite nearby, actually.
Oh! What do you...
Indeed, my dear fellows, it is I! The world-famous great detective and waxwork, Sherlock Sholmes! Oh,
Susato-san? Susato-san!
can't just surprise her like that. My most humble apologies.
I thought I died and gone to eternal paradise for a moment. Via London.
My dear madam, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty free deduction at some point.
As long as it's not of questionable street food quality.
I don't understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Sholmes?
Merely a secret identity, you understand? Though the case is largely solved now.
Largely solved?
You're talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume.
Indeed we are, my good fellow. As I predicted, it was as easy as proverbial pie. Though I confess I'm yet to partake of a pie, proverbial or otherwise. Or any food so far today, for that matter.
My poor man. That stomach rumble echoed through the whole museum. So how did you manage to solve it so quickly?
Ah, well, do remember I said it was largely solved. Anyway, I simply negotiated with the culprit. Are you familiar with the so-called telephone?
Oh yes, it's a most modern invention, allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away. In Japan, only the imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as of yet.
This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrator of the abduction. As such, I was able to negotiate terms, and in the end, the waxwork was returned.
That's amazing.
Just between you and I, it would appear the culprit had always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event.
Oh, but I thought responsible had demanded a ransom, no?
Yes, I think perhaps. The ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive.
But does that not mean your negotiating was entirely unnecessary?
A fact that I must ask you to keep secret from Madame Tussauds at all costs. A hungry young Iris awaits my return to Baker Street, after all. You wouldn't starve Iris, a 10-year-old girl, would you?
Man's gotta eat. Poor Iris.
Now then, do I sense that you have some business with this great waxwork?
We're in the process of trying to track somebody down.
Oh?
Yes, a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. He's the swindler who duped Professor Hairbrain and the engineer who built the kinesis machine.
A swindler and an engineer. Quite the modern man.
He also seems to be a conjurer of sorts, too, with considerable knowledge of stage magic. We really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. But we have so few clues to go on, that's the trouble. Do you have any good ideas?
I have no data yet. It is a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. If I knew something of a man's appearance, at least, I may be in a better position to help.
Well, well, well.
As luck would have it. Fortunately for you, however, presently I have little to occupy myself and little to fill my stomach. This man's gonna collapse. As soon as you find any clue, no matter how small, I should gladly give you my thoughts on it.
Mr. Sholmes,
Ooh.
did you lie to us?
My dear Mr. Naruhodo, stay that piercing stare. What is this about?
Last winter, when we were first on our way to Britain aboard the steamship. Your words were very clear.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this curious murder.
You told us that it was murder. And you examined Kazuma-sama's body.
Indeed. And wherein lies the problem?
Motherfucker is alive. That's where the problem
Yeah.
is. We met him earlier today. The victim, Kazuma Asuki.
You're quite sure?
He was wearing some sort of mask and was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yes, I'm quite sure. It was Kazuma-sama.
I'd know that ass anywhere.
You
That's Japan's ass.
You must have known at the time, Mr. Sholmes, that he wasn't actually dead.
Well, I can only assume I was swept up in the murderous atmosphere of the moment. But the fellow wasn't dead at all? Priceless.
Bro, that's my fucking boyfriend.
Yeah, how could you just be like that? I don't suppose that performance would pass muster, would it, Mr. Naruhodo?
I could believe that the crewmen present at the time made a mistake. Not you, Mr. Sholmes.
I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that.
Please, Mr. Sholmes.
Tomorrow in court, you will find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that is all I can say.
Mr. Sholmes, would you cast your eyes over this photographic print?
It's of Mr. Enoch Drebber. The face of the engineer we seek.
Well, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course. So looking at the photograph won't be particularly instructive.
Are you alright, Mr. Sholmes?
Ah, yes, forgive me. Very interesting, this.
Well, what's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You've turned quite pale all of a sudden.
I have a suggestion, Mr. Naruhodo. Will you indulge me?
Well, what is it?
As I explained to you when you arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned. And I personally reinstalled it in the exhibit from which it was taken, behind those thick curtains.
Oh, yeah, the professor exhibit, isn't it?
Would you like to see it? For a mere 5 shillings? That's a special, one-time only price, you understand.
What?
The opportunity won't come again, I might add. Wouldn't you like to see the fruits of my labor?
Oh, well, we do have a rather pressing investigation to carry out. Perhaps we could postpone?
The price is a very reasonable 5 shillings. I think you'll find it's well worth it.
Are you being quite serious, Mr. Sholmes?
Surely you need only look at my expression to ascertain if this is seriousness or silliness.
I can never tell with you. That's the point.
Very well. It couldn't hurt. Here's your 5 shillings.
My God.
The man eats. Gratefully received.
Dinner for tonight.
Iris! So, the special exhibit awaits behind the curtain. I invite you to peruse it at your leisure.
Well, the money's been spent, so let's go and see the special exhibit.
It's great to know that Iris won't starve tonight.
Through these heavy curtains at last. Alright. Let's take a look. What shocking secret are we gonna have revealed to us? 5 shillings we've had to pay. Doesn't seem right somehow that Mr. Sholmes slipped the money into his own pocket, does it?
No. Ah! We could ask Gina to retrieve it for us, using her special skills.
Pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives. Is
Oh,
this what
jeez.
makes Britain great? Not to mention demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands, or chip-loving inspectors. What the fuck is wrong with this country?
Inspector Gregson comes off rather well in the list, I think.
I like
Fair.
that Ryunosuke just casually refers to Van Zeeks as a demigod, because it's
Yeah.
like he's taking a completely like inert sentence and just like making it like weirdly horny. It's like, hey, have you ever noticed that like Prosecutor Van Zeeks probably is like super like ripped under that jacket of his? Like, I think he's got a 6-pack under there. Maybe even an 8-pack if you think about it. And everyone's like, Ryunosuke, calm down.
October, Madame Trispel's special exhibit.
Ah.
Wow, that's horrific. I don't think that's what this exhibit was supposed to look like.
Oh dear. I felt a shiver run down my spine as soon as we walked in here.
Miss Susato, I say we turn on our heels and go straight home via a really big confectionery.
We certainly can't do that. We've paid 5 shillings already.
Damn it. True. Actually, now I'm looking a little more closely. We've paid good money to see an exhibit that's clearly incomplete. The nerve of the great diddling detective is far more
God,
terrifying than
stop.
anything else in this place.
There's too much diddles.
This must be what Mr. Sholmes meant when he said the case was largely solved.
Be that as it may, Mr. Sholmes heavily implied that there'd be a clue about the engineer in here, didn't he? But where? Well, since we've paid 5 shillings, let's do 5 shillings worth of investigation, shall we?
Yes, we will get what we paid for.
Is that fear or frustration that's making Susato-san's voice tremble?
This part of the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real.
It seems to be a young man in a white overcoat.
And he has a large shovel in his hand too, look.
Perhaps we should investigate in a little more detail. What's this here?
Well, this would appear to be a lens in the middle, so... I believe it's probably a camera.
Camera? But it's so small. British technology is incredible, isn't it? I mean, what about Mr. Sholmes' skin prints?
I think perhaps you should treat Mr. Sholmes' inventions as exceptions to the rule. But anyway, why would the man be in a graveyard at night with a camera?
Fucking freak. I wonder. Perhaps he was trying to capture the moment a dead body came back as a ghost on film.
By looking at the photographic plate inside the camera, we can see what picture was taken.
What's a photographic plate?
It's a piece of glass in a special emulsion that reacts to the light coming in through the lens. If we open the cover at the back of the camera, we should find it. Let's have a look.
You should see yourself, Susato-san. Your eyes are shining. You really do like machinery, don't you? Can we not look at his face? I can't see his face very well, can you? Perhaps if I just...
Oh, do you think you should be manhandling the exhibits, Mr. Naruhodo?
I paid 5 shillings! Put it back exactly as it was, don't worry. Let's see, let's take a look here. Ah,
What on earth? How can...
I don't believe it. A black monocle.
Mr. Naruhodo, is it possible that this man is...
Yes. Oh, look at him! It's Enoch Drebber. Oh my god, look at him! This fucking event just like destroyed him. Jesus Christ, it made his hair turn white. All of the fucking like, all of his body fat just like peeled off. Look, Jesus.
The color of his hair is different, but...
It's unmistakably him. I think this is Mr. Sholmes.
Indeed it is.
Mr. Sholmes!
This man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe.
Yes, that's right. Just who is this man? Why is he here in this exhibit? Why does the convict behind him have no head?
The head was missing when the model was returned by the thief who stole it.
What a surprise. So then the case isn't yet solved, is it?
Did I not say so myself? Largely solved were my words, I believe. But I must locate the missing head, tout de suite, as Madame would say, or I'll be in grave trouble. A very hungry Iris still awaits my return to Baker Street, preferably with rations.
Do you know, though? Something about this room is strange.
Strange? What do you mean?
Well, the displays in the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, are they not?
Indeed they are, Miss Susato. Do go on.
And as terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are believable. But this one... This surely couldn't ever really have happened, could it?
I think it's time I educated you a little. About the nature of the incidents involving the professor 10 years ago. I believe I told you a little about the professor yesterday, did I not? He took the lives of 5 victims, every one being either a member of the aristocracy or royalty. All were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped from their bodies.
Jesus.
Oh boy.
Oh gosh, an enormous hound. How awful.
After taking the life of his 5th victim, the killer was apprehended. It was a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain. You understand? Accordingly, the professor was tried in a closed court. No members of the public were permitted.
A closed court? So you mean that the professor's identity...
As you've surmised, my dear fellow, his identity was never made public. Naturally, he was found guilty and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging.
Ah, the British way.
He was buried in a grave at Lowgate Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison where he had been held. However, that was not the end of the affair. Oh! That very night that he was buried, the convicted man came back to life.
Jesus Christ.
Mm.
Came back to life?
He clawed his way out of the ground and emerged into the moonlit graveyard. The exhibit here depicts that very scene, as described by the sole witness to those chilling events.
There was a witness?
But of course, my dear fellow, it was none other than the young man in the white overcoat.
Enoch Drebber. He saw it happen? So this is a waxwork model of Enoch Drebber.
10 years ago. The convicted professor, having been gibbeted and buried, emerged from his grave in the dead of night. The sole witness to that unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old.
Didn't this take place like 5 years ago? Or something?
It's so horrifying.
My man aged 40 years in the last like 10.
Scared out of his wits, the young Drebber ran to a nearby police station to report the incident. And the sheer terror of what he'd seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight.
Yep. As shown in the photograph we have of him, his hair is completely white.
For the following few days, the story of what he'd seen was on every front page in the capital. The public was frantic for every last detail about the killer who'd come back to life. As you've seen, an exhibit was even created here at Madame Tuspel's.
I can quite understand why the man's hair turned white, certainly. But what I don't understand is what Mr. Drebber was doing in the first place. In a lonely graveyard in the middle of the night.
Certainly nothing awesome. He's got a shovel with him.
Yeah, it's not a shovel.
Yeah, what was he up to?
And a camera. The professor's acts of terror threw London's upper classes into complete panic 10 years ago. It was a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest levels of society. And since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abounded. After all, no killer had ever before systematically employed a dog as a weapon of murder.
That's horrific.
Yeah.
Guess I can imagine the impact the case must have had.
But in time, of course, the rumors abated. So too did talk of the shocking witness account of the convict who came back to life. It was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as a preposterous parlor tale.
But why did people stop believing it?
Why? Simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as was established in fact.
What do you mean by no resurrection?
The police investigated the grave in Lowgate Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been following the execution.
No. But that would mean Mr. Drebber must have lied to the police and the newspapers.
That would appear to be the only logical explanation, yes. The young man subsequently vanished from society and nothing has been heard of him since. It's rather striking, then, that he should resurface now, don't you think?
Of course the convicted murderer couldn't really have come back to life. That's not possible. But Drebber's hair is unusually white. And if that really did happen overnight as a result of shock, it's hard to believe the incident was an out-and-out lie. Take a look at this old camera. Shoop. Oh look, the cover came open.
Yes, now, there should be a glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, you see.
Is something wrong?
There's no plate. It's been removed.
Oh, what a pity. But I suppose if you think about it, this wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time, just like the waxwork isn't the actual person. So we'd never have found a photographic print of the executed convict coming into life anyway.
Oh, yes, you're quite right, of course.
Of course, Sato-san. She looks devastated.
What a wonderful machine.
You really love contraptions like this, don't you?
Oh, yes. Anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible.
Almost irresistible, surely.
Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart.
That's worrying.
Yes. Father tells the time by the rumblings of his stomach now. He's given up having a watch. Oh!
Poor Professor Mikatsuba.
Look, Mr. Naruhodo.
What is it?
On the pillows just here. There seems to be some very dark red stains.
Oh, no, you're right. It looks like blood, actually.
Oh my.
I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. Oh, look here, Missy Sato.
Oh yes. The wood's cracked and broken a little. I suppose because it fell from such a great height?
Yeah, from the height at which the balloon was flying down in the crystal tower below. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters.
Leaving the man inside tragically dead. This must be the killer. The fiend known as the Professor.
Yes, I think so. According to what Madame Tispel said, he killed 5 victims, all of noble or royal blood.
The waxwork is so lifelike, isn't it? Like all the models in this place.
I know. It looks like it could start moving at any moment, doesn't it? If only it had a head, that is. Perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail.
So, this is the condemned man.
Yes, the so-called professor.
Then perhaps his head was chopped off by a guillotine. But unable to find peace, he emerged from his grave as a headless ghost.
Do we have to entertain such terrifying ideas, Miss Sato? Anyway, I'm sure the model had a head once. There's a metal fitting for it, see?
Then, perhaps Mr. Sholmes absent-mindedly forgot to reattach it?
It's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it?
Or perhaps the thief absent-mindedly forgot to include the head when he or she returned it to the museum?
And that would be an extremely absent-minded thief. Could there have been some reason why only the head wasn't returned? Well, whatever the reason. It means we don't know what the face of the infamous professor looked like, do we? Oh. There's something caught just inside the convict's jacket. Huh. Looks like a piece of broken glass. Quite a big piece, too.
It's very thick, isn't it? About 5 times thicker than normal window glazing, I'd say.
Where could such a thick piece of glass have come from?
I suppose it must have been made thick to increase its strength?
Why?
Well, perhaps. Because the glass had to span a particularly wide area, such as in a big building, for example.
Oh, a big building, you say? Think emoji.
Where have we seen a big building?
We've seen a large glass building recently, haven't we? And some of the glass was broken too.
You don't mean...
Exactly, the Crystal Tower at the Great Exhibition.
But why would glass from the Crystal Tower be lodged inside this waxworks jacket?
Makes you think, doesn't it? Earlier in court, we established that the kinesis experiment was a trick. And now we discover this fragment of glass here in this waxwork. Is it just a coincidence?
Oh. What the bleeding Nora? Oh no! What have you gone and done?
Gina, what are you doing here?
I asked Iris, and she said this is where you'd be, so... So?
Gina! Not so loud in the museum.
Madame Two Spells will have you take position as a waxwork if you're not careful.
I think there might be a more pressing concern.
I still had some flash powder left from 6 months ago, so...
All right, Gina, we understand. But please, put down the gun.
Put down the gun!
Sorry, I got scared.
You should try being the one on the other end of the barrel. So what brings you here, Gina?
What brings me here? What do you think? We found it. We found that dodgy cove's workshop.
What? You found Drebber's workshop?
Yep. Toby's nose took me straight there.
Good boy.
He's a good boy. The boss and the others are heading over there now in a drag. So come on. Here's the address. I got the boss to write it out.
Oh, thank you, Gina. We'll make our way there at once.
All right then. See you there. She's so cute. Goodbye. Over there. You go. Don't mind me. I'll just stay here, being still.
What?
I know my place. In the exhibit over there.
Oh dear. Someone is feeling sorry for himself.
Let's go, Mr. Sholmes. You're coming.
Your words hearten me, I must say. But if I were to shirk my duties here, Madame would have me pay monetary recompense and Iris's dinner plate would be empty once more.
Forget that. I'll pay for everything.
Oh. What? Then there's not a moment to lose, my dear fellow. I shall hail a carriage at once.
No offer to share the cost from Mr. Sholmes, then?
I shall gladly pay half, Mr. Naruhodo.
Thank you,
What a
Miss
queen.
Susato. Right, let's go. Show me the workshop. Oh, what the fuck?
23rd October, Enoch Draper's workshop.
I think that's an evil laser.
That looks like...
Oh, it's another super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine.
Indeed, it would appear so. Though only a prototype, naturally.
Ah, so you got here then? Gina, well done for finding this place. And in such little time, you've really worked miracles. It's Toby here who's a miracle worker.
His face. Ah, I thought you lot would show up before long.
Hello, Inspector. That's one knitted brow. He looks like he's eating a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips.
So, Inspector, is there any sign of the engineer?
Oh, okay, he's back to normal. Sadly not. We didn't find a single soul in here.
Oh, what a shame.
Well, thank you for letting us know about this place and giving us the chance to investigate.
According to what Gina tells me, we only found it thanks to a clue that you lot turned up. I wouldn't want to say, go to Paris with a debt of gratitude unpaid now, would I?
Thank you.
Anyway, if you're hoping to snoop around in here, I'd get cracking. Lord Van Zeeks and the forensic investigation team are on their way here as we speak.
Them again.
I imagine you got the picture by now. They don't take too kindly to lawyer types.
Right.
So then, my dear fellow, let's turn this place upside down whilst we have the chance. And you, Sholmes. Pardon? They take even less kindly to great detectives than they do to lawyers. Very droll, Gregson, very droll. But you may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork model.
Right then, let's see what we can find in here. It's a European-style quiver of arrows with steel bolts inside.
Oh, do you suppose?
Crossbow bolts these. And just the right size for the bow you lot turned up at the exhibition grounds.
In other words,
Yep, that's more evidence to support your theory.
why did he just leave the crossbow there?
Just gotta leave my evidence right here. It all goes to show that Drebber was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes of the whole scam.
I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. That machine is covered by the... Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. There would be serious repercussions if you were to examine it, from the Crown and the government.
Well, those two don't seem to be holding back.
It's quite hollow inside. No working parts or devices of deception to be seen, my dear fellow.
No loose change dropped on the floor or nothing. Not even a bone for Toby here, my dear fella. British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they?
I think that's just these two, Miss Sato. What on earth is this?
An aeroplane, Mr. Naruhodo. One day, scientists believe it will allow humans to fly freely in the skies.
Is that how the trick will be described, is it?
Sorry?
Well, it's actually suspended by a thin but very strong cable, isn't it?
Oh, well, this model is, yes, but a real aeroplane would actually fly high in the sky.
While suspended from somewhere even higher in the sky, of course. Because large metal objects obviously can't really stay in midair unsupported.
So to you, the solution is ever taller towers?
Such a lack of imagination.
Ah, this appears to be most interesting. Yes, most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say?
It's an impressive looking back massager, that's for sure. No doubt that if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your aches and pains would soon go away.
Sure. It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. A young scientist could wish for no higher honor.
Ah,
And it's a back massager. Would you like a massage?
no, I'm fine, thank you. I had no idea it was such a grand thing.
I think it's becoming increasingly clear that there's much more to this Mr. Enoch Drebber than conjuring tricks.
I couldn't agree more, my dear madam. And how about you, Mr. Naruhodo? Wouldn't you like to take it with you? For your tired shoulders, of course.
He's not gonna let that go, is he?
It's curious though, isn't it? You would expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere, not haphazardly cast aside. English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times.
This door doesn't want to open.
Yeah, looks like it's got a pretty hefty lock on it.
There's a specialist locksmith on his way over from the yard, so hands off till he gets here. With permission, Inspector, I could have that lock open in less than a minute. Well, you don't have permission, and no one's giving it to you. Look at his face. Gregson looks so smug.
Gregson looked as though he really enjoyed that.
Well, there's no sound of anybody on the other side.
No, Trevor must have fled at the first sign of danger.
Huh?
Huh?
Oh,
Is something wrong, Miss Susato?
well, I thought I heard a noise from the far side of that door. Well, Gina, did you hear it too? Yeah, I heard it and all. What'd you reckon, Toby?
Right, mind the grease. Whoever's in there, open up. This is Scotland Yard. Ah!
Oh my, someone is in there.
There's rotten bleeding lock. I think they ran away, sir.
I think they're gone.
My dear Gregson, as I said only minutes ago. If only it were countenanced, I could unlock that door in less than a minute. Fine. I'll take the rap for it. Gregson's gonna be so much trouble, dude. Gina disappears from the pair or whatever, and then now this. There, you may enter at will.
You've confused minutes with seconds, I think.
Time is of the essence, I feel. What are we waiting for? Nothing for it, I suppose. This is an emergency. There's a strong possibility that beyond that door is the engineer you all seek. Be prepared for action, my dear fellow.
Yes.
You got your sword? Oh.
Bro, he left a bomb? What? What's happened in here? Why is everything upside down?
Rats! There ain't no one in here after all. But there must be. It was only moments ago that we heard those noises.
Maybe that was the sound of Drebber running away.
But there's only one door into this room.
And no windows that could afford an escape route. Those skylights are too high.
A mystery. What?
Whoa.
What is that up there? Are these footprints on the ceiling?
Blow me, why are we here then? Are we all going to ignore the thing in the middle of the room? Looks
Yes.
like someone was trying to burn something in a hurry.
Oh, that looks like a set of blueprints.
To what?
To that Professor Hairbrain's bombing machine, is it? Blimey! If we'd had these, there'd been no need to muck about trying to investigate all that scrap metal. There is something of great interest here, too. This rope was lying on the floor at the foot of that pillar. Mads!
Wow. Welcome back, women respecting squad.
The squad.
A rope? What's significant about that?
Never mind. You see, but you do not observe, Mr. Naruhodo.
We must investigate the entire room thoroughly. And before the forensic investigation team arrive, too.
How about before the thing in the middle of the room? Okay, alright, here we go.
Hey, what you got there, Mr. Sholmes? Mr. Sholmes, have you found something? Yes, a bomb.
Mr. Naruhodo! Yes, in fact, in point of fact, something rather fascinating. What do you make of this?
Let's see. I've never seen anything like it before. It looks like a bundle of thick cigars wrapped up in a large watch of me.
Ah!
Hey, Miss Susato, what's the matter?
That's a... Surely that's a time bomb, isn't it?
What did you say?
A time bomb?
Sorry, but what is a time bomb exactly?
You truly are one of a kind, Mr. Naruhodo.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Ha! You don't know nothing, do ya, Odo?
You haven't got a clue what it is either, have you, Gina?
I invite you to consult a dictionary later, Mr. Naruhodo. But this particular specimen is no time bomb, though I confess it has a very similar appearance.
Oh. Oh, well, thank goodness. But then, what is it?
I see. So that's it.
Goodness. Mr. Sholmes, have you seen to the heart of the matter?
There are times when I consider my lot most unfair. For I'm fated never to know how it feels to flounder as you do when a puzzle presents itself. Don't act like we don't clean up your deductions, sir! But I have learned to accept the hardships that come with being a great detective, Miss Susato.
Here we go. I feel a great deduction coming.
Once again, I can draw two conclusions from the scene we see before us. The first is that the inverted nature of the furniture in this room is the work of Drebber himself.
Oh, but how could you?
And the second conclusion is that the small device on the floor there is without question completely genuine.
Please, Mr. Sholmes, you must explain everything.
It would be a pleasure. After all, it is a great detective's civic duty to teach Scotland Yard the finer points of the trade.
Well, Inspector Gregson seems delighted with the idea. Anyway.
I love him. He's shouting.
Oh, you deflected the inspector's glare with such fortitude there, Mr. Sholmes. Well done.
Gregson looked like a pickle. So sour. You're too kind, my dear madam. I hereby dedicate this great deduction to you. Kindly stand just there, Miss Susato.
Oh, yes, I'd be delighted.
So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Oh, here we go. You gonna school us or we gonna school you, She looks so delighted. It's plain to see that this room is in complete disarray. The bed, the table and chairs, the lamp, everything is upside down. Almost as if every item in the room had, until recently, been happily positioned on the ceiling, before falling straight down onto the floor.
Every item in the room was on the ceiling. Are you suggesting that?
Indeed, the key here is gravity. It would appear that technology has at last succeeded in freeing us from the great pull of the Earth. For the gravity in this room was reversed, and then suddenly restored to normality.
Goodness!
The inverted furniture clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business. I quite understand your skepticism, Miss Susato. I, too, was incredulous at first. However, my conviction in my analysis was cemented when I observed this. An anti-gravity device, almost identical to one that featured in a dream of mine only the other day, in fact.
What?
What are you saying?
But then why does it have a clock on it?
A most relevant question indeed. That is a timing device that controls when the gravity direction will switch. There was clearly a requirement for the engineer to be able to restore normal gravity automatically. And the commotion we heard earlier from the other side of the door was the moment that restoration occurred. Why is this the worst deduction you've had? Yes, the reasoning why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device. So you see, we need look no further to explain the state in which we now find this room. The direction in which gravity acts in here was reversed by Mr. Drebber. before being restored to normality in an automatic fashion sometime later by the timer device. Sato has the worst deduction yet dedicated to her.
Yep.
I have witnessed precisely this scene in a dream I once had when I fell out of bed. Oh my god, dude.
And it continues.
Man. Now, let us consider the next conundrum. What was our engineer friend's aim? Indubitably, the greatest clue we have to explain his actions is above our heads.
Yes, how is it possible that there are footprints all the way up there on the ceiling?
A question whose answer will lead us neatly to the truth, my dear madam. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby skylight. Of course, Drebber's aim was singular, to escape. However, there is but one way into this room, excepting the skylight, that is.
Ah,
By inverting the gravity in here, Drebber was able to fall conveniently to the ceiling and make his escape via the otherwise inaccessible skylight, leaving those footprints behind on the way.
but the ceiling in here is very high, Mr. Sholmes. If the gravity reversal was sudden, wouldn't Mr. Drebber have fallen up to the ceiling rather violently?
Falling up is both scientifically and philosophically a rather interesting concept, I feel. But the man was cornered with nowhere to run, so escape through the skylight was his only option. You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution.
Oh, the rope.
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope? By anchoring one end to the wall, the man was able to lower himself safely to the ceiling. Which explains how Drebber was able to escape this room before our arrival. He reversed the pull of gravity and fled via the skylight. And personally, I should very much like to reverse the pull of gravity again now, just for fun.
Oh boy. This one feels like a doozy.
Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle. Don't you have that little satisfied look on your face?
She's completely spellbound. Mr. Sholmes, there is just one thing that troubles me.
I would expect nothing less. You're destined to be troubled by just one thing for the rest of your life.
The thing is such a thing actually possible? An anti-gravity device, I mean.
I would say that with man's current scientific knowledge at the turn of the 20th century, it's no more possible than instantaneous kinesis.
Then why did we go through that? But your whole deduction hinges on it.
Ah, but my dear fellow, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. However improbable it may seem. It's a marvelous line, wouldn't you agree? One of my more enduring pearls of wisdom. I had Iris come up with the exact phrasing. My original was clumsy.
Yes, I have a feeling I've read it in something that Mrs. Sato lent to me once.
Oh,
Actually, there is one other thing, Mr. Sholmes.
The spell's broken at last.
The rope you found was on the floor, wasn't it?
indeed it was, in lonely coils near the wall.
But if Mr. Drebber had used it to escape in the way you described, wouldn't it still be tied to the wall?
Mysteries inevitably unravel in the end, as I think you'll find do ropes. And as evidence of such, you need only look at the mystery we faced in this room, now skillfully unraveled.
That argument is as circular as the coils of the rope.
I think perhaps we might need to give Mr. Sholmes the usual little helping hand. I'm sure with some minor corrections, the great detective's great deduction will lead us to the truth.
Yes, you're right. And we must do it quickly before Enoch Drebber gets too far away.
That man is in a different city now.
Oh yeah, he's gone.
If you're ready, then let us resume. Sherlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular. How could this one need any correction whatsoever?
Yeah, just throw the whole one out, honestly. Is there anything salvageable in this?
To think gravity could have been reversed in this very room. I find the whole idea utterly enthralling.
No.
Only Mr. Sholmes could conceive of such an explanation.
But the man himself admitted it was a scientific impossibility, so...
Yes, you're quite right. We must completely discount the idea at once.
Oh, that's unusually merciless of you, Mrs. Sato.
I'm completely on board. Let's throw it away.
When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. The great detective himself said so, didn't he?
While refusing to part with his dreams of anti-gravity devices.
Yes, I suppose so.
Let's see if examining this topsy-turvy scene a little more closely reveals some proof that shows exactly what the gravity in this room was or wasn't doing. Bro, this vase is still upright. The upright vase clearly reveals the truth about the part gravity played in this whole business, which was nothing.
Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, you've surpassed yourself by completely turning my argument on its head. Trying to impress your assistant here, perhaps?
She's like, I didn't ask to be here. No one is trying to steal your spotlight here, Mr. Sholmes. Trust me.
As you rightly say, though it appears at first glance that all the furniture in the room is upside down. This unassuming, slender vase is standing keenly to attention. And unlike the large safe, there's nothing affixing it to the floor.
And it's the exception that breaks the rule.
In short, as much as it pains me, the gravity in this room was never inverted at all!
My deepest sympathies for your loss.
Oh, poor Mr. Sholmes.
His dreams ruined. But the show must go on. So, let us continue with our deductions. Now that we know this contrivance is not, in fact, an anti-gravity device, there remains but one other possibility.
You don't say.
Someone deliberately turned over every piece of furniture in here.
which might sound obvious but leaves one mystery very much unsolved. Namely, why would anyone choose to do that?
Quite. And naturally, there is an explanation. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of the anti-gravity device!
It's absolutely determined that this device must have something to do with it, isn't it?
I'm afraid the lure of an exciting scientific explanation is too strong.
Well, there's no doubt that somebody did this. Somebody turned all this furniture over. So whoever it was must have had a reason.
I'm afraid nothing comes to mind at all, though.
Well, let's look around and see if the answer presents itself. Hey, look, there's something written on the other side of this armchair.
What could it mean? Are we hydrating?
Oh, hydration.
Oh, yes. Safe 432582.
Safe? As in safe and secure?
As in secure lockable box, I think.
Admittedly more likely.
Well, there is a large safe bolted to the floor on the other side of the room. So, yes.
So you mean this number would let us open it?
Oh my god, please.
I wonder why it's written here, though.
My man wrote his safe combination on the bottom of a chair and then forgot which chair it was under. Or that it was under a chair at all.
Yeah, right,
He
exactly.
turned over his entire bed. Yes, the reason why everything in here has been turned upside down is because of this safe combination.
Precisely. I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that you had a very similar experience once, did you not?
Yes, last year, when I bought a lottery ticket and noted the ticket number down on the inside cover of a book, just in case.
That's it. For people who are forgetful souls at heart. For people are forgetful souls at heart, and always make a written note of important information.
Just keeping the ticket itself safe would be more sensible, I think.
Yeah, what would you do with just the number?
And what, pray, happened next, Mr. Naruhodo?
When the day of the draw came round, I'd forgotten which book I'd written the number in and had to turn my room upside down to find it.
That's it. For people are forgetful souls at heart, and always forget where they've noted things down.
Not if you always note things in the same place.
Susato coming in here with her infinite book. I actually won the second prize, you know. But I couldn't remember which magazine I slipped the ticket into, so...
Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo, but I believe I've proved my point now. Which is that a very similar scenario has clearly unfolded in this room.
Finding himself requiring access to the safe, the occupant of this room needed the combination code. He remembered that he'd written it on the underside of a piece of furniture, but forgot which one.
Leading to the state in which we now find the room. Yes, Mr. Drebber overturned all the furniture in here in a desperate hurry to locate the combination code that would unlock the safe. Thank goodness it wasn't gravity reversal.
Well, if a change in the direction of gravity can't explain it, then how did those footsteps get there?
Yes, I feel as though that particular mystery has just become even harder to solve.
I can't think of any other way to explain it at all. Oh, life was so much simpler in those halcyon days when gravity could be reversed.
It was minutes ago, and those halcyon days never existed in the first place.
Well, I suppose we must simply put our faith in Mr. Sholmes and observe the area in more detail.
Putting our faith in Mr. Sholmes is what gets us into these situations in the first place. It's hard to believe, but there's a shoe up there, look!
Oh, yes! And there are more footprints on this little balloon, too. Perhaps the shoe was thrown up there and became lodged, do you think?
If so, then judging from the number of footprints, it must have been thrown up several times. Why would anyone be throwing shoes up at the ceiling, though?
Oh dear. That's beyond me, I'm afraid.
This is a gas balloon, isn't it? It's tiny, but it does seem to be a real balloon.
Yes, I think you're right. I think it's helium that's keeping it up.
A green gas balloon. Why does that seem to ring a bell with me?
If you can see, there are footprints on this balloon too. Look.
Oh yeah, surely that's a clue, isn't it? Though what it tells us, I'm not sure. I guess just present the shoe. The reason there are footprints on the ceiling is because of the nearby shoe.
And on closer inspection, there are clearly footprints all over the balloon as well.
Yeah, what the fuck was going on here?
In other words, the aim was never the skylight at all, but the balloon.
But for what purpose?
A green balloon. That seems somewhat familiar data.
Ah,
It was a piece of a green balloon's envelope that Mr. Naruhodo and Iris found at the scene.
and inside the green balloon that Master Gotts claims he saw above the stage when the incident occurred. It was the second birdcage, the crux of the whole instantaneous kinesis deception.
You mean to say?
If we assume the balloon in here is a model of the one used on the day, there's a strong possibility something may be concealed inside it. Something our absconder was desperate to retrieve before making a hasty getaway.
But the balloon's out of reach.
Hence why he resorted to a projectile, namely the shoe. Most probably, Drebber intended to tear a hole in the envelope by assailing it with the shoe. However, his efforts were thwarted when the shoe itself became a prisoner of those lofty heights.
Oh dear. We desperately need to examine the balloon. If only there were some way we could see inside.
You may recall that I found this in the room earlier, which I believe offers a solution.
Oh, the rope.
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this rope?
Mr. Sholmes has managed to bring the deduction back to the rope.
Alright, I have to admit, that was clever. So we just throw the rope up to the balloon and then pull it down to us on the ground?
Which is much easier said than done, I feel. It could take a very long time as well.
True. Perhaps we need a more surefire method. In fact, we already have one, of course, don't we? Are we gonna use the crossbow? Are we gonna use the crossbow?
It's the only thing.
To reach the intended destination, what better tool than this crossbow?
That was found at the scene, in fact.
And in all likelihood, belongs to Mr. Drebber.
If the man had only brought it away with him that day, He could have avoided losing a shoe at such a critical time as this. I mean, true.
We've been sitting here deducting for like 20 minutes.
So, shall we? Your curiosity is deeply stirred, no doubt, my dear fellows. What is it that Enoch Drebber has hidden inside that balloon?
Chew.
Oh!
Oh. What the? A waxwork?
Indeed, it is. A waxwork head inside a metal mask. A mask that is shut tight and fastened with a strong and quite impenetrable lock.
So we can't see the face inside, that means. Fucker.
Just a moment. This is the head of a waxwork model? What does that mean? Oh, goodness.
I see you've joined the dots, Mr. Sato. Excellent.
Oh, of course. A headless waxwork model. The case of the abducted Madame Tuspel's model that you'd largely solved. It was only the head of the killer that was still missing.
Indeed it was. But I believe Madame Tuspel's will now have to settle her sizable account with me. This, as you have now surmised, is the head of the infamous professor.
But why is it here?
This conclusively confirms my suspicions. The man responsible for stealing the professor from Madame Tuspel's and returning it... I don't... How do I say that? Sante?
Maybe. That's my best guess.
Earlier today was none other than Enoch Drebber.
This is incredible! Professor Hairbrain's case and the waxwork abduction they're inextricably linked by Enoch Drebber's workshop.
Well, it appears our logical pleasure cruise has come to an end, my dear fellows. All that remains is, yes, to speak with the architect of this adventure.
The architect?
You mean Mr. Drebber? Oh, he's in the safe, isn't he?
As it seems quite impossible that he escaped via one of the skylights. Obviously, the man must still be here in this room.
What?
And his location should be abundantly clear. If you simply reflect on the journey we've made together during this deduction.
Bro, can you get any air in that safe? We should probably
That's what
open
I
it
was wondering.
really fast.
I know.
Enoch Drebber is right here, somewhere in this room.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, will you do the honors?
Yes, of course. Mr. Drebber's hiding place must be the... Look at all that mess in front of the safe.
Yes, plans and accounting ledgers.
Almost as if somebody was in a hurry to empty the contents of the safe, in fact.
Why would that be?
You know what? You're right. I hope he heard all that anti-gravity shit. Before we gained access to this back room, we heard noises from in here.
Which tells us that the engineer was still in the building at that point in time.
He was in fact searching for the combination to a safe.
And pressed for time, made no attempt to right the furniture that he overturned in the process. From which we can deduce that his search for the combination happened very recently indeed.
I don't think you can open a safe from the inside.
That's also, I'm wondering about that. In summary, Mr. Enoch Drebber, is at this very moment inside the safe.
Oh god, we should probably open it. What was your plan here, my guy?
Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes's great deduction of this topsy-turvy puzzle.
Solved. Deduction complete.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, I think perhaps it's time we ended this game of hide and seek, don't you?
By opening the safe, you mean?
What else?
All right, let's see. Combination was 1.
432582.
I knew that. All right, then. Here goes.
Oh!
You found me.
Oh my word. Oh my word.
Bro, what is going on? This guy looks haunted as fuck.
Right then, sir. Mr. Enoch Drebber, I presume. He's a
Correct.
robot.
You better start talking. You tricked Professor Harebrained with that bogus machine you built.
And you shall have to explain the theft of the waxwork from Madame Two Spells as well.
Whilst I would be delighted to answer your many questions,
Dear me.
personally, I would advise that you deactivate my little parcel first.
Deactivate?
Why did you just leave it out like that? Your parcel?
I refer to, of course, to the time bomb. I left it in a most prominent position. Ha, ha, ha. I see. Stunned silence. You're all gearing up to die with me then.
Why did you set up this device in the middle of the room and hide yourself in the did you think the safe would protect you?
Maybe he was hoping that the bomb would blow the safe open. Maybe that was his contingency plan.
Mr. Sholmes, with only 7 seconds to spare. Oh my god, we just left it like that this whole time.
This is exactly that Majima bomb defusing scene, but with Herlock. I was too close for comfort. I've got 1 foot in the grave already.
Oh my god, dude. Are you trying to help us get a killer or get us killed?
Mr. Sholmes' deductions can be completely life-altering, can't they?
Well, my dear fellows, that was a close shave. And the resemblance to an anti-gravity device is really quite startling, I must say. We said in the beginning what it was!
Anti-gravity devices don't exist.
I wouldn't push it, Mr. Sholmes. Okay. What the fuck, man?
My god.
What on earth happened in here?
You found me, haven't you? No need to screw me down any further. Everything in here is precisely what it seems.
Yeah, well, we'll be giving it a thorough going over, don't you worry, Drebber.
What fails to click with me is how you were able to locate my workshop. That I was not expecting. When I heard whistling from the other room, I knew it was time to bolt.
Whistling?
Ah, that would have been me.
Oh,
For some reason, I woke in fine fettle today.
No words, just tightly squeezed chips.
Clearly, I must have a screw loose, though as I couldn't remember the combination for the safe. And another one loose as I couldn't remember on which piece of furniture I'd written it down.
You also found a rope over by the wall?
Yes, I had hoped to exit the skylight, but sadly the rope was too short. So, I then set about searching for the combination code to open the safe.
And burning the incriminating blueprints, don't forget. Regrettably, though, you failed to retrieve the head from the balloon among the rafters.
And after that, you hid yourself inside the safe? Having first set this parcel ticking.
Well, I had no intention of being nailed by the police.
Got a death wish, have ya? I'm right beside a ticking time bomb.
Please, why do you suppose I chose to hide inside the safe? It's no ordinary safe. It's specially designed. A dynamite explosion wouldn't leave a scratch on it.
Wow, he really hid in there to be protected from it. So in fact, the safe was the only safe place.
Precisely.
But once you'd climbed inside, you wouldn't have been able to get out again.
I invite you to look more closely. The safe is fitted with a handle on the inside to allow the door to be unlocked from within.
He's a genius. Why were we questioning him?
So it is. I had always intended to blow this place to smithers in any case. I just wasn't expecting uninvited guests to come along and screw up my plans.
Do you mean to say you were planning to blow us all up?
No, that was unforeseen.
What do you mean?
Most people run, you see, when they see a ticking time bomb at
that
their
is
feet.
correct.
Ah,
I calculated the time required for retreat to a safe distance and set the device accordingly. But your seemingly endless discourse in here threw a spanner in the works.
Your lack of self-preservation. Look at Gregson's face. Is something wrong, Gregson? Do I have something on my face besides the usual eyes, ears, nose, and mouth?
I think we have a fairly good idea of what's been going on here now. But what about the two incidents you've evidently been involved in recently? Professor Harebrain's instantaneous kinesis experiment at the Great Exhibition. And the waxwork model you stole, which this head belongs to.
That's no ordinary head, you know? That's the head of the professor. Clad in a mask with a lock so strong I'm unable to open it safely to reveal the killer's identity. I've been considering carrying it around as protection. After all,
That's enough. What's going on here, Gregson? I'm sure you're aware that I have sole jurisdiction to investigate here.
Don't worry, we were just stopping a time bomb.
Yes, well...
Dr. Scythe again, so the forensic investigation team.
And you know full well this engineer is a key witness. Why are you allowing this lawyer access to him? If Lord Strongheart knew of this, you'd be finished.
Bro, he's already finished. He's going to Paris.
You lot, leave at once. My dear madam, there's no need for such a threatening tone, I assure you. After all, that's no way to greet an old acquaintance, is it, Dr. Scythe? Hello, Sholmes.
Oh, they got history.
Huh?
Mr. Sholmes knows Dr. Scythe?
If it's protecting the machine next door that's causing such a sour expression on your face, you are quite misguided. It's really nothing more than a shell, you get out. But of course, we'll show ourselves the door. I see you haven't softened at all. Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes?
it would appear that our delightfully entertaining investigations have run their course for today.
But Mr. Sholmes!
Let us leave this place in the doctor's capable hands. I said, get out now, all of you. Your presence here is not required either, Gregson. Understood? But I'll just say one thing before I head off. If it wasn't for this lawyer and his companions, we'd never have found this place, and the whole workshop would have been blown to bits. Thank you!
Yes, give us credit.
There was a time while I'm sitting here that this lot disarmed.
Inspector.
Something giving you a chuckle, has it, Drubber?
Ah, so sorry. Didn't mean to offend. You're quite right, of course. You did disarm the time bomb, didn't you? Yes, you did disarm that one.
What are you? That one? You mean? What?
Bro! My man is doing a full-on terrorism. Holy shit! Oh my god, those Bobbies are dead!
Oh, man!
Jesus Christ! It was an hour later that we heard the news of the enormous explosion that ripped through the experimentation stage at the Great Exhibition. Professor Hairbrain's invention and all its secrets were blown away forever. Holy fuck! Good Jiminy Jesus! Holy God! Okay, okay. Oh my! Oh my God! Shit. All right. Well, we're gonna end there for the week. We're gonna leave you on that cliffhanger for 2 weeks because I won't be here next week.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah.
no. But I'll be gone in July.
Oh, you'll be gone. Oh no. Oh no. Wait. Are you gone for the entirety of July?
Yeah, the whole
Oh,
month.
Nelly. When are you getting back?
Well, I'll be back the last week of July, so we might be able to stream that.
Okay. And
Saturday,
then what week is it now? Hold on. This requires some investigating. Calendar.
We're on the second to last week of
Okay.
June.
Are you leaving on the 1st of July?
Uh-huh.
Oh.
Well, technically, yeah, 2 days before that even, so.
Well, yeah, I guess we'll just need to put the base attorney on hiatus. Cuz I don't think there's any way we can finish this case before
No,
before you
absolutely
go.
not. No.
Yeah. So yeah, because there's definitely like I feel like there might be another day of investigating. I might just no, hold on. This is part 3 of the trial.
Mhm.
But I think this trial might take a bit. So
Mhm.
yeah, it would be pretty hard to find a time. Yeah.
The exciting conclusion.
I guess you'll have to wait for the exciting conclusion. Like wait a month. All right.
Mhm.
That's pretty tragic.
Where am I going? I got a bunch of family stuff to do, and so I will be away.
I see.
Yep.
Well, that's sad, but I hopefully will remember literally anything about this case by the time you get back.
I mean, we had a pretty exciting end.
Yeah, it's definitely a place to leave a cliffhanger. I'll tell you what.
Just me will remember.
I think what'll happen is I'll get back and be like, all right, does anybody remember what happened? We'll open the case and be like, so there was a bombing. Oh shit, that was a bombing.
Oh man.
This fucking Akira Ishida looking motherfucker.
Oh my god.
Doesn't he look like he would be voiced by Akira Ishida?
Yeah.
And he's
got
like a
white hair and
cyborg.
everything.
What the hell
Yeah.
is going on with this man? Anyway, yeah. So there's no tier list stream tomorrow either because we're all kind of all over the place. So
Oh.
yeah, I guess stream hiatus for a little bit unless I decide to stream in the middle of the week, which I probably won't do to be honest. Just realistically, for my schedule. Anyway, thanks for coming. We'll see you in a bit, I guess. I guess it'll be a little bit, but yeah. Hope everybody still remembers that Ace Attorney exists in a month.
We'll just message the Discord being like, we're back.
We're back. Remember,
Right.
but Ace
No.
Attorney. Okay. Bye.
Bye bye.